All right, we are live again. Let me see if I can get my links posted here. If it will show up in the first place. There we go. Nice. Copy that, throw that in the Discord. Okay. All right. So, I'm thinking I may start designing the actual mountain. Ooh, I'm getting some. Oh, I'm getting a ton of draw calls. That's because we did a lot of changes. What am I getting these draw calls from? Let's go ahead and delete a bunch of these rats. Maybe it's that. You know what? I think I know what it is. I think it is the... Let me jump in. If I go here, we've got 803. Okay, 501. Let's load up the game. Now we're at like 2,000. Okay. 2,100. What happens when I run this? Okay, that just starts. Okay, so that's not actually as much as I thought. If we look over here, we have just a ton. Is it just grass? I think it is. Let's hide the grass. Where is it? Proton scatter, grass. Okay, still an extra 1,000. 3. Then we look down, 6. Oh, this is maybe the buildings? Because let's start this up again and see what happens. We can put the grass back on. Let's take it off again. Wow, that's like... Yeah, okay. So that's an extra 300 draw calls. Yeah. I don't know why this is doing so many draw calls. I would have expected this to be a... Okay. Why, when I look straight down, do I have that? We've got 750,000 primitives when I'm looking straight down. When I look up, we got 200,000. Objects, 3,600. We're just jumping up in objects. Are we actually just going to do a little optimizing? Okay, objects, if I'm looking like this, okay, sweet. Take that away. Still. Okay, 500 draw calls. Okay, 6, that adds 600 more draw calls. Is that because it is a multi-mesh? No, that should still only be one, right? Let's take a look at this. Instancing. Multi-mesh. Individual node copies. Particles. Okay, let's try particles instead. Oh, wait. I see. 15 by 15 by 15. Maybe we do like 50 by 50. Instead. Let's try that, because then that should be less. Should be less multi-meshes. Okay, that definitely helps. Now we still have a big jump and draw calls with these other things. With the other trees, but that makes sense. Primitives is still crazy. Draw calls, we're looking down, we're at 570. Okay, so that does make a big difference. What happens if I just turn off chunking? Let's start this again. Whoops. I should have... Build completion should trigger this node to rebuild. Used to create dependency chains where scattered objects are generated in a specific order. Interesting, okay. That could be used. Okay, no chunking. Alright, that changes it a little bit, but not like all that crazy. Okay, we still have an insane amount of primitives. So let's take a look. Hiding rats does about nothing. Hiding mountains does about nothing. Hiding rocks, nothing. Let's do ground with stream. Interesting, nothing. Let's do the grass. Okay. So the grass is about half of our primitives. Because we've got 700,000 on screen right now. So we could do chunking. How would this work? Because our draw calls is low, our primitives are still pretty high. What happens if I go like over here? Okay, then it drops like crazy because all of the grass is gone. I look back and then we're straight back up to like 800,000 because we're not using chunking. So let's maybe we try using chunking. We do let's do like, yeah, 50 by 50 by 50. Okay, our primitives are automatically lower that way. And we still have fairly low draw calls comparatively. Well, we're still up at 700K when we look this way. Okay. Let's take a look at our grass scene. How does this work? Visibility dependencies. Let's do like 50 and end margin 10, I guess. I think we have to restart this. Let's do like 30 just to make sure. Hey, Corner Lord, thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate it. Okay, it is. Is it fading? Seems like it, but I can't quite tell. We still have high primitives. Godot, yes. Love me some Godot. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this works. So begin. Let's do like 10 here. Excuse me. Okay, that's doing something. I'm also trying to do some 3D game dev, but man, it is hard. Yeah, it takes some time. What's the main holdup for you? Is it the art, or is it the is it something else? You know what? I think this fade stuff doesn't work because I'm doing chunking, and the entire chunk has to fade at once. I don't think it works on a instance by instance basis. I think the whole chunk will fade. Yeah, because like those ones I could still see. So this is just not working because it's a multi-mesh. Okay, we'll get rid of that. We'll go back here. Visibility, no. Shape, okay. Item. Yeah. Oh, we can do it here. Okay. And let's do like 30. Actually, let's do like 20. Make it really obvious. Building a coherent code architecture that I can keep working on the next day, but also not spend too much time on it at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. No, that I understand you. Okay, let's see if these fade in. Oh. That was rather... Oh, I see. My chunking is way too big. We're going to go back to 15 by 15 by 15. Let's try this. No, I understand that. Because I've been building a lot of systems for this game. And it's like, you want to make it efficient and scalable. But also, you don't want it to, be like all you're working on is efficiency. Okay, so we could do this is working. It's just it needs to we're gonna do range fade mode. We're gonna do self and maybe restart this. I'll show you in a second here. You'll see it. Let's do range and 50 now. Give it some real distance here. Okay, So we have this, and now we can see the other stuff. And our total primitives, okay, it's still pretty high at 50. But let's see what happens when we go up here. Okay, we dropped by about 150. That means that you can't see grass as far away, of course. But there's other ways we can do this too. Primitives were still at, yeah. Let's say we did let's say we did 5 by 5. This will be a lot more chunks. And then we can do something like that. Okay, I'll show you corner now. Okay, so it loads it in. We can see from further away. We still have a lot of primitives here. But in general, this game, just so you know, it will be a kind of, not really survival, but a crafting, cozy game. There's not really much to survive. Like, you can survive easily enough. It's just how fast you progress, more like. I'll load up the game here. So, this is the game with some stuff in it, not just empty. You have things like building mechanics. So, like, these things up here are things that I built in the game. So I can, place down stuff. We have a little bit of the creatures so far in the game. We've got some little rats. We have these grass bro guys. We have some weird reflections happening because of our water shader being halfway broken. And we got some big guys, like that guy over there. Big rock golem. We have the tree of life up there. The point of the game is to kind of build and build your own cool, like, Rivendell-like place while progressing through zones. And the zones move up the mountain towards the giant tree. We also have just some cool visual stuff that happens. Stuff like this asteroid coming in. That will come in periodically. And then here you will notice we have a giant who does not like asteroids very much, or these meteors. And he likes to punch them out of the sky. So yeah, but we do have a lot of the systems built. 77. Our FPS is dropping. Look at that, 75. I wonder if that's partially that's primitives for sure. What's happening to our primitives and our draw calls? My goodness. What is up with this? Why is our draw call so high now? Primitives still through the roof. Wonder if we have some, like, memory leakiness going on too. If I look up here, draw calls goes way down. Look down, it's instantly massive. I think that's the amount of chunks we have going on. Yeah. And then for primitives, what is it? If I pop that into the sky, our primitives also is really high because those are all using real meshes. I think we could pretty easily change these particles out now, especially in our fire. Like, these don't need to be actual spheres. Neither does this, for that matter. Super cool concept. Thank you, man. Yeah. So the idea is there's going to be this huge mountain with this tree. And you kind of unlock zones by taming the forest around you. Right now the forest is just a squarish place, but it will be kind of expanded. And you're just going to tame the forest, kind of get to know the creatures and how to work with them. And then in some ways it'll have some, like, automation elements to it. because like you know, if you befriend the rats, they might go out and get supplies for you, stuff like that. None of those systems have been built. We do have the like some simple systems like building, of course, but then also if I craft a small box, I can place it, I can open it up, there's an inventory in there. I just added this bookshelf. It doesn't do anything yet, but you've got you know, different types of placeables that do different things. You have this little light wand that will toggle these things. Put down a fire pit or a fireplace, which right now I don't have the icons for. But yeah, so we have some stuff in there, some systems built. We just need to expand on them. And I think actually right now what I want to do is the let me see here. Okay, that doesn't seem too bad. But I want to do some, wow, like you just add in some fires. Suddenly your draw calls are insane. But right now, heat, smoke, like all of these things, these all can be switched out, because right now they are they're actual spheres just because I was lazy. But I think what we need to do now is make these just 2D cards. So something I can do is like dump that there. Do something like this, I guess. And then bring this into my, where is it? Dark Forest, Assets, 2D. This will be circle. I'll just call it circle.png. Okay. I think this will work to then where I can do a let's see. I want to turn these into 2D cards. So we need to pull from the alpha channel or whatever.
These are thanks for mating.
Doing some
Hello,
quick YouTube
Gardener.
stuff.
Godot, the hottest open source game engine on the
Let's
scene
see if
right
this
now.
is fine. Looks like your systems are quite modular. That's something I've been experimenting with without going full-blown proper ECS. Yeah, I think go as much as it actually helps you. Because, yeah, like I do have a, you know, I'm going to have to rework a little bit. One thing I've been thinking about doing and just started to is like for some of my creatures, I have ground creature, right? Which is a class. Let's look up this creature. So we have ground creature, which is a character body 3D. So it has stuff that I know all of my creatures are going to need, which is like speed, turn speed, acceleration, or at least my ground creatures. And some basic stuff like animation player, anim keys, my footsteps, which is a audio player. Like I know that they're all going to have this. But then I also have a static class, which actually I don't know if I need to do anything here, but I just have a class that extends node. Doesn't even really need to, right? This could extend, I think, ref counted. I think. And then I think that's how I want to do it. But it just has a bunch of class or these returns, or I mean static functions that just return things that I know I need, which is like every tick stop. All of my creatures need to stop. They need to be able to slow down and stop. So I have a static function that does that. In my grass bro, I don't extend ground creature. Or I don't extend creature movement, which is this static class. I just extend ground creature, which has my like variables and stuff. But then for this grass bro, when I want to stop, I just call creature movement dot every tick stop. And it's almost like a, well, it is like basically a global class where all you do is just call a function on it. So it's just like a place to hold a bunch of functions rather than having them all in here or in a base class somewhere. Well, you extend doesn't really make a difference for static class. Okay, because they never get instantiated, right? By the way, good to see you, LDM. Unless you need static methods on the superclass. Unsure. From the superclass. Oh, I see. From the superclass. Okay. So, like, because I wasn't getting anything from node, like, all of my functions here are just returning something. It's not instantiated. Okay. Where do I manage the state? So far, I only have 3 creatures in this, so my state is really bad. Like, I haven't thought of my state yet. I'm going to have to do that. But my state is really bad. I don't really have any state systems built besides literally just this. Like, there's only 3 creatures, so right now it's like Rock Golem has just these ones. And I've just been doing each one manually, like, each one has its own simple stuff like enter caving. They have their own loops. Some of this is happening in the animation player. Some's happening in code. It's not good, but it will be changed eventually. It's just not a priority right now. But okay, LDM. So yeah, because creature movement is never being instantiated. So it doesn't really matter whether it's a node or a ref counted or a something. This has worked pretty nice, though, just for these. I'm going to try to use this a lot more. Because there's some stuff where it's like, this basically acts like a global, but without being instantiated. Because a global is technically just something that is instantiated. So then it has access to the scene tree, right? And this just doesn't have access to the scene tree. But since all of my functions are just returning something, then it's fine. Utils class. Yeah. It's nice. It's like, okay, Because before I would do, this is what I've just been learning over time. Before I would just extend from ground creature. I would have like all of this stuff in ground creature class. It's like that's getting instantiated a million times, and then you get a bunch of inheritance hell, which I'm kind of running into with my. So I have this class equipable, and then I have to do like on my tools, stone hammer. I'm doing a left click action that overrides it. And then like this is an equipable, but then I also have placeables, which extends equipable. And then I have a bunch of stuff in here. I think a lot of this could be pulled out into some sort of utility thing, because I have I'm going to have multiple types of placeables. Like not all of them just get placed down and stay there like this. Some are going to be double placeable. So like you place one end of a bridge and the other end, and then it pops into being, stuff like that. So I got to figure something like that. Doing good. Nice. Just updated my 3D demo reel. Going to apply to a defense contractor that specializes in military training simulators. That sounds fun. 3D demo reel. Nice. So you're now, because I know you like to do the whole don't work and work on your games and then go back to work to make money again and then don't work again. You can get access to the scene tree from an object that isn't a node and child of the tree. True, yeah. Engine.get main loop. Okay. Was watching a news report a few days ago about Canada's influx in defense spending. The report highlighted one company that showcased their training sim. Immediately thought, I could improve this so much. Yeah, dude. For sure. Yeah, back to work. This is exactly what I struggle with. Equipable, placeable, interactable mess. Yeah, I've got literally like exactly that. Interactable, which interactables actually are pretty nice. They're kind of fine right now. My interactables, they just they're just an area, and then everything else is kind of on the yeah, like this. When you interact with a deployed placeable, there's a handle action. I just need to then override it in my placeable, which is kind of annoying. So like handle action here, I do toggled, that just overrides it. I don't know. There's probably better systems I can do. Especially since there's going to be a lot of these things, and it's like toggle is something that's going to happen on so many of these, but there's going to be little differences as well. So like fireplace does need to be toggled, but so does a light, just a regular light. And lights don't have heat dot emitting, smoke dot emitting, all this stuff. And do I have to, every time I add a new type of light, do I have to copy this toggle over and like do a handle action? And it's just like, yeah. Let me know once you figure it out. Yeah, I'll see. I've been, like, my building system is fairly well built, I think. Like, I have all of my resources, my build resources here. It's scalable-ish. It still takes a while to add a new component, but it's not terrible. We have things like, the problem is you end up building a preview scene, a scene, and then also a resource, and then you have to add it to this dictionary of resources for every new component. So it, like, nothing's ever going to be easy to architect. I think this is about as good as I can get it right now, but yeah. I use it quite a bit in C# programming, coding normal C# classes. I access scene tree by using this method. Okay. Oh, by the way, Casper, thank you for being here. Good to see you again. I read your messages, but didn't see the name. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. My my architecture skills, code architecture skills are not quite there yet. But they are improving. Like, it is getting better. But, of course, you know, I still have a lot of stuff like this. Where I just have a bunch of methods on, I don't know. Like, my state system is just extremely basic. That's kind of fine, though. Oh, we have creature... Wait. Every tick move. Okay, we can update this now. Velocity equals creature movement dot every tick move. Okay, this needs velocity, navigation agent, global position. There's probably some stuff we could do here. Nav. Oh. Position. Speed. Acceleration and delta. And then we need, what is it? Rotation? Rotation.y. I think we'd just do this. And then every tick move can get pulled out. Let's make sure this still works. No worries, I'm at work, so I'm in and out. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this guy walks. Nice. Okay, he walks. Yeah, we can break stuff into these utility classes. There's probably some way we, like, the navigation stuff we should probably break into a more scalable solution to, because they're like, I have a bunch of, right now they're just getting random spots for the most part, so it's fine. But at some point I want more logic there. What are we working on today? So I was going to work a bit on the mountain itself. Maybe some design stuff, but then I noticed that I've got crazy amounts of like draw calls and primitives on screen. And I was doing a little messing around and I like made the chunking on this really small. I think what I'll do is like, whoops. Let's go back to like, let's do 25 on that. Scatter item. Let's do like 60 on that, just see how that is. So I'm thinking I should probably, so if I look here, we got, all right. $700,000 just looking straight down. Like, what is this? 700,000, 268 looking that way. Yeah, like we still have so many primitives and so many draw calls. I mean, it's fine. A lot of these, like all these trees are instanced and stuff. And then if I load game and I jump back in, our draw calls are at like 2,000, which is probably because of our components here. Our build components, they don't like get combined or anything. You just have 58. Oh, all right. So if I stop here, 2150. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, but I think a lot of this is just from our components, I guess. Because if I exit, go back in, there shouldn't be that many draw calls. Yeah, 600. But yeah, there's maybe some optimization stuff I'm thinking. Including just getting, so our like fireplace and fire pit. These are all actually just using actual spheres. And I want to, I need to figure out how to do this the other way. Okay, we'll make this unique and then we will do... we're going to call this heat card. And we're going to drag this up here so we can see it. This is going to be a card-based one. So we're going to do I guess a quad mesh. I haven't done this in a long time. Okay, there's that. Primitive is not too bad with modern hardware. I think draw calls is what is really going to get you. Okay. Something that should be GPU instance that isn't getting GPU instance, assuming Proton Scatter utilizes multi-mesh under the hood. It does for the... I'm literally using it for the grass right now, and it is using... I'm also using it for the trees. But the trees, I'm using it as create copies, which isn't doing multi-mesh. And I think I just did that because of... I'm kind of fine with that, but it does it as like a actual instance. Rather than having to do multi-mesh and then keep static colliders, which was giving me issues. We'll see. But like, how many do I have in here? Item, we have 100 is the proportion. But yeah, with my grass, the thing is, it's using multi-mesh, but it's also still using chunking. So maybe I just don't use chunking, because the chunks are like 25 by 25. If I do that, then my draw calls does go down. Because then it's just one. Does it still do any sort of distance fade? I don't think so. I think it only fades the entire multi-mesh all at once. Oh, so yeah, I do have to do some sort of chunking. Okay. So we can do chunks, and honestly, we could do like 50 by 50. Be fine. And then our range end. Let's do like 75. When you look down, it still is like kind of crazy how many draw calls there are. And I wonder why, because it's like, what am I drawing under? Like when I look straight down, what is being drawn? Is it just that my occlusion culling for where the camera is pointed? It's like if you look down, then it's like, oh, you're really close to looking up, or I don't know. Proton scatter fill the entire 50 by 50 by 25 area with instances, or just intersecting static colliders. I don't know. I think it fills everything, but then maybe chunks it later or something. Intersecting static colliders. How I'm doing it, so you have a shape that you give it. And really for like the grass, I could just set up my own multi-mesh system. It's not a big deal. I mostly just did this for convenience. So I have like a shape of this 135 by 135, and then the items, the chunking must go through afterwards, like once all of the positions have been set, and then do it, and then break it out into chunks or something. But like if I hide that, let's just hide it. Okay, I still have like a good amount of draw calls. That was like 100 draw calls or something, which seems like 100 less now from not having the, which seems kind of wild to me that there was 100 draw calls being done from what seems to be, what, I was doing 50 by 50 and the whole shape was only 135 by 135. Like, how are we getting 100 draw calls out of like less than 20 chunks for sure? I don't know. Then if I hide this one, that's only like 10. No, we're still at like, yeah, like maybe 50 draw calls. Okay. Let's do huge trees. Let's get them out of there. That does nothing. Stones. Still at 490. Rock formations. Okay, that was big. How many do we got? Okay, we got a decent amount of these. 465, and then I hide it, and we're at 307. Okay, that's 150. So, which all of those will get baked into an actual just terrain. So at that point, my pencil is gone. I was going to write a note. Let me go grab one. Be right back. Okay, so rock formations. Is like 150. Just making a note of this. 150 draw calls. I look away. Now we're still at, like, we're dropping 100 just by looking away from that, which I assume is probably my creatures. Let's get rid of mountains and see. 195, 76. Okay. Let's get my mountains back. So 258. 250 to 190. So mountains are another like 60. This can all just be put into one big mesh. Primary culprits is mostly like when I was setting up this scene, I was just throwing scenes in. So it's mostly like terrain stuff that can be easily just put into one big mesh. It's mostly rocks, yeah. Nice to see you making progress on your game. Thank you. Yeah, we've been making good progress so far. Okay. Okay, 172, 39. This is 38 draw calls. Oh. We got some rats on the screen. Okay, so we got about 38 draw calls when just looking at that. Let's see if I can look in a different direction. Okay, 20 when just looking there. 18. Okay, let me hide ground with stream. Okay, 19. Now we're up to 200. Okay, giant rock golem going away. 157. Let's bring him back. Not really much. Grass Pro 1, 2, 3, 4. That should just be like 4. Yeah, because it's just they're all one mesh. Tree of Life 56 versus 149. Okay, so Tree of Life is like 100. How is that the case? Okay, we've got... Okay, now we're looking at 23. I go to there, we're at 255. Let's do this again. 60. Okay. Let's get rid of literally everything. We've got 15 draw calls, and I believe that is mostly maybe our sky. Okay, that I cannot hide this apparently. But okay. Let me ban this guy real quick. Wait, does that not work? How do I just ban this guy? Oh, it's that one right there. Ban, okay. Nice. Okay. Could export your rock meshes to OBJs, then use CSG Mesh 3D to easily combine into a single mesh while leaving everything editable. Ah. I've been doing some work on creating my own stream overlay in Godot. Okay, nice. I've seen some people do that. It would be a fun, like, challenge if I could somehow connect chat into it. Working from, like, connecting different platforms. I just don't. I don't know. Okay, we got draw calls 15. So really, all right. Let's bring back all of our stuff here. So you're saying we can keep it editable by exporting rock meshes to OBJs, then use CSG Mesh 3D to easily combine to a single mesh while leaving everything editable. Do I have to use OBJs? Or can I just use mesh? Because like, where's our rock? This is rock tall G. Rock tall. Oh, these are all GLBs. Because could I do a saved file? You could also go to your rock mesh scene, make unique on mesh, and then save as an array mesh. Okay. Can't use GLB FBX directly with CSG mesh. Okay. Using Twitcher for Twitch integration, no OBS WS. For connecting to OBS WebSocket, GDE goes in to load any video format, and then my own GData ORM for SQLite database management. Okay, dang, all right. Yeah, that's the stuff that I'm bad at. So you're saying this might also work LDM if I did a .res file for this? Like, let me do a formation mesh 1. Let's do this. This is stones. Okay. Oh, I also have terrain here. And then here we are not doing, okay, we're not doing external. So let me see if I can do, well, let's go here. CSG mesh. Okay, so you can do that. Oh, but it's not. Not doing anything. Actually, I don't know. Not sure what resource type it saves it as. Okay. Yeah, this is just .res. Take a look at a video of it. Okay, nice. Maybe in a bit here. Maybe is it material? No. Oh, I need to do an array mesh or something? What was it that you're saying? Make unique, save as array mesh. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, make unique. Whoops. Okay. We'll do this. Save. Okay. Oh, nope, there's nothing there. Huh, weird. Looks like it works, but the mesh might be invalid. Mesh needs to be manifold. Meaning solid, fully enclosed. The fact that the thumbnail populated makes me think that the other one already worked. Okay. So it needs to be a fully closed off model. Which it seems like... weird. Of course, the other thing is that I just eventually just make it all in Blender and do one giant scene in Blender, but which I know there's ways to do that, like export a whole scene to Blender and then pull it back in. Mesh scale could be off. It's massive and you're inside the mesh right now. That's true. Try flip faces. Can I do that here? Oh yeah, flip faces. Okay. Nothing there. Let's try this. Transform. Whoops. 0.1. Lunchbox. What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, that does something. Let's do like... Okay. Yeah, it's there. It's just not actually anything, I believe. Let's try flip faces again. Nothing. Okay, interesting. Whoops. That's the original. Might not be worth the hassle if you're going to eventually build your levels in Blender. Probably not saving much on optimization at this scale anyway. Yeah. I think probably just to do it in Blender is for the main terrain, because it's going to be a tailored thing. And I think there is a way to like export into a blend from Godot, right? There's something like that. Let's try export scene from Blender, or wait, from Godot to Blender. Export as GLTF 2.0 scene. Let me see if that's still a thing. Okay, so I can do that. And then just pull it into Blender and then move it back. We'll see. I don't need that optimization yet, like you're saying. There's some stuff like... maybe these mountains. That could be done fairly soon. Just to make sure. But yeah, it's not a big deal. The other thing that I was trying to do, because I know that this is like... We have these fire pit, these things here, where these are all spheres. Even though they're like low poly spheres, I was just lazy. Didn't want to have to do what I'm about to do now. So, but 1 second, let me grab more nicotine. I do love doing my optimization stuff. It is fun. Oh, I got a welcome to the chat room. Hopefully that doesn't mean that anything broke. If you want to actually measure performance impact, you could make sure VSync is disabled and hide specific mesh groups to see actual FPS drop. Oh, true. VSync mode enabled. Disabled. Have I tried using inverse kinematics for your creatures yet? Not yet. My animations so far have been like ultra simple. Okay, so we're on 170. Oh, my computer's going crazy. That instantly adds like 60 draw calls. This is another situation where I need to actually, instead of doing spheres, just do these little cards. But I do want to try the new animation soon. Okay, so my fires now have these Perfect. But I think, yeah, these fires are going to need to be fixed and billboarded. Oh, I have some mesh cracking on this guy, which I need to work on. Yeah, this literally like adds like 40 or yeah, something draw calls. Just because it's particles. When I pull out the torch, I mean. This, of course, adds quite a bit too. So we'll, for all of these things, we'll do what we want here. But I'm not really sure how to do this. Okay, my music is slightly loud. Okay. Okay, where was it? If I go to... Was it geometry? Nope. No, it was in here. Standard material. No. Yes, it is a standard material. Billboard enabled. Okay. What is particle billboard? Let's do just that. Okay. Transparency, what is it? Alpha scissor or something? How do I do this again? Circular alpha texture. I just have this right here. Is this fine? Add to albedo texture. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay, nice. Interesting. Okay. Now we have this because I upgraded finally, like you said, LDM. Okay. Now how does this alpha scissor? Was it something in the transparency mode or is it something different? Change alpha type in the color. Or is that in the transparency? Oh, nope. Transparency. Does your circle texture have an alpha channel or is it black background? Just black background. Does it need to be transparent alpha? I guess if it's... Oh, we have 40 seconds until the ad. I'm going to snooze it for 5 minutes real quick. Okay. So I probably need to edit my picture then? Oh, you can use Alpha Scissor with black background. Alpha Scissor params, okay. Oh, okay. That's still, you can still see it. Okay. Edge blend disabled, okay. You can still see the outline of it. Yeah, you can just barely see it. Whoops. Let's see how it looks in game though. Because I wonder if that's from... Yeah, you can see it. I wonder if it's from my color changes though. Goodness sakes, my computer's going crazy. Yeah. So... Oh! You know what? Maybe it's because it can receive... Disable receive shadows. No. Not disable receive shadows. Is there something else like... Oh, unshaded? Yes, unshaded. That's what it was. So now it does... I think it was just getting light. Okay. Yeah, unshaded. Okay. Sick. This is way too bright. Okay, let's get rid of heat. Let's go to heat card. Bring that back down. And then we need to do some of the same stuff that we were doing on the other one, which is... Wait, we already have this scale thing, and it doesn't seem to really be doing much. I wonder if that's... Oh, on this one, I don't think we did the scale. No, we did. Right? Yeah, there's definitely different scales there. Let's try a curve on this, I guess. Does that not really do much? Maybe it's the keep scale on the billboard. Yeah, it is. Okay. Why not also disable shadows? Yeah, I should do that too. Yeah, keep size. Okay. I keep just barely seeing it before you say it. Okay. I don't need that curve then because that curve wasn't there before. Yeah, because these don't necessarily need to change all that much. We can just put this back down to like 0.5 by 0.5. Yeah, let's do 0.3 by 0.3. 0.4 by 0.4. Nice. Thank you guys for your help. Because this should help a lot. Save as. Fire, mesh. I'm going to do that. I think that maybe saves the material too. I don't know. Okay. But this is looking good. We should also disable shadows. Cast shadow is off, and then we can do disable receive shadows somewhere. Oh, it's unshaded, so it doesn't get any of that anyway, right? Or am I incorrect there? Where was that shadow thing? Right here. Okay, disable receive shadows. Add blend mode is bothering me. Might as be better to do mix to avoid the transparency bleed overlap. Let me see. We actually had that before with this. Nope. I don't necessarily mind this. I think it's just a render priority thing that I've had to do. Oh, now it's showing the... I think that is an ambient light thing, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go a little more orange with it. No, that... Why is that now suddenly working? If I go here, then I can definitely see the... Is it the ambient light? No. Disable fog? Okay, it's just the disable fog, it looks like. We back? Okay. I think, I don't mind the look of the ad. Okay, that's fairly intense. Let's do like 3. What just happened? I'm gonna go ahead and do it control. Nope. Oh, that's 39. Okay. Especially if I blow it out like this with the heat. That might be a little too much. with some glow, then the ad, I think, is fine. There's a little bit of weird... I might do that curve, actually, on the scale. Yeah, just to make sure they get smaller as they go up. Yeah, with more glow, I think that's good. Now, we do smoke card and control D card. On the heat card, we can go copy, paste, make unique. Do one, and then here. Zero, zero. Okay, that has the material. Does this have keep scale on it? Billboard. Yes. Oh, we just need to make this bigger. Let's do like 0.7 by 0.7. Alpha fade curve. Asset library Kenny Particles pack also has some good particle textures if you ever want to graduate from circles. Okay. That's the thing, is I always forget that I can... Okay, this is still using the old, I believe. So I'll have to copy things over. Okay, there's a lot of glow in certain areas. I could still add sparks. Oh, we do get that weird render thing. That's because we had render priorities on these. One. What was this one? 1. And Sparks was on 1. Okay, so these just all... can be on 1. I think that was it. Let's grab the heat card one again. Let's restart our music. Okay, if I go here. Sparks card. Paste. Oh, I could have done paste as unique. Then this just needs to be think on this, what was it? Process, we have scale. Why did these all... Oh, they don't have their curves. Yeah, okay. Let's also do our position. Let's do like more of a 0.3. Then let's make the sparks look a lot more red. And then there was, you were saying the alpha fade curve, which I could look at as well. Well, first let me get this, make it more red. That almost just looks like the same. Definitely looks like a more intense fire. But I don't mind this. This is looking pretty good. Okay. I'm good with this. This, smokes, heat, delete. Then we go here. Heat, smoke. Try this. Oops. Okay. 338, 406, 385. Still a lot. But honestly, I like the look better. We don't get any weirdness with the other shaders. Should only be a single per. Okay, let me go ahead and hide the rats, because they are constantly scurrying around me. 312, okay. 299. Nothing's changing, staying at 299. Oops. Okay. 336. 406. 339. 336. Okay. 406. Why am I getting 60? We've got 336 to, oh, it was 406. So we were getting 70. There's 12 of those. On here, we've got 10 and 15. Something else is going on, indeed. Huh. Oh, duh, coals. We have all of these, which are just CSG boxes. So we can do a add child nodes CSG combiner, because I just added this. These are the things. I go on the fly, and I just add things, because I'm like, oh, this will look good. And then I just forget they exist. Okay, I think I can combine these into one mesh, right? Baked mesh instance. Okay, now if I hide that, that should just be one mesh. One draw call, correct? Okay, here we're at 283. 326. Okay, so now we're down to 40, which sounds a lot like, well, let me 283 to 326. So that's 43 or whatever. Which these are 12, 10, and 15. So 37, right? 37 amount. Does this change if I go 1? No. Okay. So it is just 1 per. Nice. That's good. There's something else. $346. Okay, $349. Yeah, so it's exactly 40. What is popping up here? Is it the shadows? Hide everything but 1. Same. Same. I think it's got to just be shadows, right? Or something. Do shadows count? I'll go over here and look straight down. Oh my goodness. Looking straight down does a crazy amount. 1955. Then 85. So now that's like 30. Need to adjust toggle to prevent light visibility and anything else with visibility being toggled. Okay. Yeah, it is the light or it's the coals. Let's do that again. 41. Okay, so coals does add to it, but it's mostly the light. This is crazy. Like, so if I do light, then it goes up by from 330 to 363. So that's 30 because of the light. I assume if I just go to the light, disable shadows. Now it's 11. Okay. So it's mostly the shadows, which is kind of crazy. That shadows do so much. I mean, I know that they're expensive, but like I didn't think that they would do that on draw calls. Yeah, I didn't know shadows did that. Okay. Let's go to my forest. Moonlight. So right now we're at 1678 on the draw calls. Let's turn off shadows. 1405. Turn it back on. 1678. Wow. Baking time. So how do you have to bake at runtime then when like oh, so this also casts shadows, so that's why this also does so much. That's funny. Was I supposed to have sparks and stuff on this? I don't remember this having sparks. I definitely didn't before. Unsure. I probably have a let's see, torch. Torch is probably just a copy. Yeah, I think these are all just copies, because if I look at this now... No, that's a sphere mesh. Interesting. Sparks. Sphere mesh, okay. Weird. No need for dynamic. Well, once you start placing stuff everywhere, right? But I also could just reduce shadows. Like, so... Like, let me look at, what is it? Light post. Shadow mode cube. Oh, we don't have shadows on that. Okay, nice. On torch, I want shadows though. Let's make sure shadow mode is okay. Dual. Yeah. If I turn off that and then go here, then when I open up, let's see if I go here, shadows are now off. Then it doesn't change. Yeah, it's only 6 on the draw calls. It's so funny. I did not think that I had smoke and stuff on this. Could have swore I didn't. Pretty sure I didn't. Quick load. I can do fire mesh here for the heat. And then I don't need these for the torch. Let's see here. So if I look into here, 661. Whoops. Okay, 670, 674. Okay, that's fine. Hey, and it doesn't look too terrible. We have shadows off on this, which is probably fine. I need some way of like making sure I have consistent shadow and lighting settings across the whole project, because I don't, everything is just on its own scenes and like all this, yeah, weird stuff where it's not scalable. But LDM, I love how you just show up and, you know, the other viewers as well, Corner and Casper and stuff. But I love how you show up and just stuff starts getting more performant. You usually have to deal with looking at my terrible systems, which is fine. I actually remember you helped me with my first base building system. And I remember in my old project, I had this horrible system where I had like 15 different arrays and dictionaries that were all like hard coded into my build system, and things just were so inefficient. But I rebuilt my build system, base building system, and now it is a lot better. It still probably could use some work, but it is a lot better. And I remember you helped me with some of my typing and stuff, like this component type registry. Yeah, it was with like using enum types, which I now have some in there. But yeah, made it a lot better. And then I've since been able to fix it even more, which is nice. Which, by the way, if anyone is interested in looking at the base builder thing, it's right here on GitHub. I think it's fairly up to date with the changes I've done recently. But yeah, you can take a look at it, and I don't know how much more I'm going to add to it. It's pretty simple, but it works. My base build, it's not set up for performance, really, at this point. It's sort of set up in some ways, but it's not meant for like making gigantic bases, I don't think. But love to see some good code refactors. Yeah, it took me a while to figure out like how I was going to do this. And like I said, there's probably a lot of ways I could do it better still. But let's see if I go to like the base builder script. You have in the player, you just add it wherever you want, wherever like your camera is, or if your cursor, if it's going to be like a top-down game or something, wherever your cursor is, I guess, if it's 3D. And then I just have this exported dictionary of build resources, which is basically you create a resource that has the component, which is the type, which would be like a wall or a foundation, a ceiling, you know, whatever types you specify here. And then you can give it a scene, which this is the deconstruct one, so it's not the best one, but like doorway here. Title is a doorway. Type is a wall because doorways usually go where walls are. Scene is the doorway scene. Preview scene is the preview scene. We have an icon. Is rotatable, and then degrees of rotation. I probably could get rid of is rotatable. And then I have stuff like costs, although I don't think that's in the plugin. And then within the scene, if I go to like my doorway, it is a base build component. It has some stuff like collision, placeable, that's more for my game. But then it just has all these connection points, which these connections are just spots that specify where other components can connect to this. So like a ceiling connection, I have a ceiling connection there and a ceiling connection there, 1 and 1. And on each one of these, you just say, hey, this is a ceiling connection. I just named it that, but it accepts ceilings. So like if I go to my where is it? Square foundation. I have wall connections all around the sides, like that. They all are just pointed in whatever orientation the wall is supposed to point. And then it accepts walls, which includes like doorways and windows and anything that goes at a wall spot. But nitpick, build resources could be dictionary, component type registry, DS component resource if they map one-to-one, so you're not using string counterparts to your enum. Let me double check. why I was doing it that way. It's a string. What was it again? Yeah, there's actually, I don't think the the string does anything. It may be that the string doesn't do anything. Because it doesn't actually map one-to-one to the component type registry. Because the component type registry is just the like the type of connection it goes on. So like a door, a window, and a wall all go on the wall type or wall component type. So I think these technically don't do anything right now. I can't remember why I have it as a dictionary then instead of as something else, as like just an array or something. Because like foundation components is just an array of component types. Oh, well, that's an array of component types. That's right. Because this is where you specify which ones can just go without a connection needed. Like a foundation should be able to just go on the ground. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure why I even have a string there. Might be, I did say here, currently the title might not do anything. But it could be useful in your own code, and that's it. And I did by default, I have the deconstruct one in there, just because you're always going to want the deconstruct. Still a nice separation to easily glance at when editing. Yeah, that is true because, I mean, you can see it here, obviously, in the component or in the name, but even right here, I can just see more of square wall mounted foundation than I can on the resource. So yeah. See where your wood angled roof resources compared to your wood angled wall. Yeah. And then there is like on my build menu. Let's see. Yeah, we just go through all of them. Right now, I think I'm doing some just kind of annoying checks that this could all be better. But I have like some tabs of floors, walls, and stairs. And if the, type is deconstruct, continue, otherwise, wait, let's see here. Title. Where am I even using this? Oh, equals title. I see. Yeah. Yeah, then we're just checking what type it is and then putting it in a certain container, tab container here. But have you had time to mess around with environment? I've had lots of fun with color correction. No. Are you talking just like world environment? Because I basically have just been using this Sky 3D plugin. Okay, what else was I going to do? Oh, I have fireplace here, which then also has heat, smoke, and this, which are all the same ones. So what we can do is we can grab fire pit, grab these, copy these, go into here, paste, heat is there. We can move heat down. Smoke is up there. Smoke here, we can go about there. Sparks is right there. Sparks card can go down there. And then I think these are all Let's make all of these unique. Oh, I can't. Do I need to make them unique? I don't think so. Okay, that doesn't do anything. This, I can do the same thing I did with the other one. CSG combiner. Actually, let's just grab this. Okay. Now from now on, we can, whenever we need to add these sorts of things, it can happen from the get-go, which is nice. Okay, there is still smoke and stuff coming out of it, which is a little annoying because the size of all of this is way too big. Maybe we just go in here and I think that's what we had done, is just made them all smaller. So making this one unique, we're going to do 0.2, 0.2, because this is technically scaled down. Smoke. Why can't I make that unique? Is it already unique? Spawn position. How do I make it not go up so high? 0.5? Oh, that was probably more what I was doing. Did this change all of this stuff too? I don't know. Let's change this. Heat card. Sorry, I'm kind of ignoring stuff because I'm just focusing. And the sparks should not have that big of a spawn. Let's do like 0.1. There's also just so many of them. Don't need that. Okay, that'll be fine for now. Velocity or lifetime, yeah. Collision node, 4 particles, yeah. But they're a little weird with how it works. Okay. Okay, that's definitely too tiny. Let's make sure it didn't mess with this too, okay. All right, yeah, that's good. Heat, let's make these bigger again. Yeah, that's better. In the environment node, yeah, I haven't messed with it because the plugin is so nice and it's easy to mess it up. Shared my demo reel and share your games. Okay, perfect. Whenever you feel like killing 9 minutes, probably a bit long, but I have a hard time cutting stuff. Hey, no worries. Let me take a look at that, and then Casper also had his or hers. Sorry, I don't know actually. But let me see. LDM. Share your games. Perfect. I also have a hard time cutting things. Okay. Let me start it from the beginning. I do love the manly mind. Oh, man. That's actually sick. And that. Oh, that's great. Whoa. Let me pause my music. Okay, it is. That's cool. So you got auto turrets. I was working on that auto turret game before. That's great. Oh, man. That's really cool. Is that in 3D space? Like, is it actually this part here in 3D space? And that auto turret, by the way, that just reminds me of that. The CRAM machine that locked onto a civilian airliner, and it's like looking up at it. It doesn't fire or anything, but there's that meme of the CRAM anti-air gun that locks onto a civilian airliner. Just using a line 2D plus stencil buffer. Okay, that's sick. This is hilarious. People were referencing that meme when I posted it. Yeah, had never seen it before. Dude, yeah, it's hilarious. Man, this is sweet. Is this... Are you doing... I'm trying to remember. Do you do mostly your own 3D modeling, or are you working with people who do it, or assets, or... I'm completely and mentally stable. Here, look, instant rabbit. This is sick, though. I like the damage effects. Love that stuff. And all of this. Ooh. Dude, it's all so satisfying. Like, really well done on the feedback side of things. Like, I'm pretty decent at getting vibes and mood, but like this kind of, I don't know what you call it, just feedback and like, I don't know what you call it, but like even UI design and stuff, but yeah, like that, satisfying. Everything feels very satisfying, punchy, I guess. And this stuff I feel like is hard to do, to get that feel right. Ooh. Okay. I remember you doing something with this. I might have seen it on Reddit or something. Because I remember coming across one of your posts and being like, oh, that's Team LDM. Nice. But like, this stuff is so cool. This is all in the editor still, right? Like the effects are in the editor. That's super cool. But this is kind of stuff that I need to learn more of. That's so cool. Love making things feel satisfying to interact with. Yeah, exactly. All tool script. Yep. Nice. This has a really cool look too. Oops. Ooh. Is this the procedural? Yep. Procedural generation. All my own custom models in Blender. I didn't see that at first. Dang, dude. How are you doing? I have never touched texturing. Partially because it's not really even my visual style. I kind of like just doing only color. Because I do have a certain look that I go for. But stuff like this right here. Getting the, I assume that's all, what is it, like bump maps or whatever it is. It's so cool to look at. For my style, it really is just kind of like this. This is actually a Kenny Assets tree in some of these rock formations. But my style very much is just like this, because that's about all I can do on Blender. But I guess I have a little bit more, not detail really, but like these aren't just flat walls. These components still need some work, because there's, like the outline shader doesn't really like these walls that much. But, Pawn, what's up? By the way, Pawn, I did, you're the Game Dev TV, the one who sent me that, right? I did get a submission, hopefully in time. It was late on, late at night on the 8th in Finland time, so hopefully it still gets added in there. Yeah? Nice, okay. You can enable physics via tool script for rigid bodies, but can result in some unintended shenanigans, I can imagine. Get a lot of textures via the Blender Kit add-on. Okay. Normal maps add a lot. Yeah. I should just do like a little bit of research, because I know it would, anytime I do a tiny bit of research, it like changes the game. Because there's certain things that I'm still new enough to game development that there are certain things that if I just learn them, it's like a massive difference, whether it's on the programming side or the art side. Just like, I don't know, even the step up in going from doing I don't know, just more like systems building and stuff and learning how to architect things just makes a huge difference. Really got addicted to texturing things for a bit in Blender. Yeah, I should just, learn it. UCU Paint is also a great add-on for custom texturing with actual layers, similar to Substance Painter. Interesting. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it would be cool if I got that. Pawn. Otherwise, I'm sure you can still apply in the future, right? Because they're doing it quarterly or whatever. So let me write this down real quick. What you had said. UCU Paint. Environment art. Check out UCU Paint add-on for Blender texturing stuff. Also, just learn texturing. There we go. Now, there's no guarantee I will see this, so I'm just going to put a label on it so it's green and it stands out. So in about 4 months, I will remember that that exists and maybe check it out. But otherwise, I forget that Trello exists entirely, so here, let me catch up real quick. It's a big part of what I love about game dev, always a different hat to wear when you get bored, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's so much fun learning all this stuff. It made me love programming again, which is cool. I enjoy it a lot. One second here. There we go. This is a new thing, but it seems like something they want to do every so often. Yeah, I think they said every quarter or something. This is the first run for the Indie Game Dev. Okay. Or Indie Dev Fund. Okay. That's really cool. Wait a second. That is sick. Ooh. Ooh. Yes. Multiplayer? Nope. I remember this guy. It's a good outline shader too. It's like nice and subtle, I think. Yeah, once again, just very satisfying, like, animations, too. Ooh, that was sick. The card shader. I remember this. That is so cool. That is really cool. Are these soft body, like, rope thingies? Because I'm gonna have, well, I assume they are, or something. I'm gonna need to do some stuff with that eventually with my, like, hanging bridges and stuff. Can also be overwhelming at times. There's so many disciplines you need to excel at to make something stand out. Yeah. For me, like, the thing that I'm really bad at and don't think about is UI. I feel like I wouldn't actually be bad. I just don't care about it enough to, like, learn it. But I'll probably go on a quick obsession with it eventually and then, well, figure it out. But it's always an afterthought for me. And I never get far enough in a project where it really matters. So, but this one I plan on getting far enough. I think the simple colors are nice, but maybe some simple texturing can make things go further. Yeah, I think it's tough to just go with color, but also I know I can do it, but a little bit of texturing would be nice just in the right areas. And it has to then work to where I then don't have to texture everything. Because that might also be a little tough if, like, only some of the stuff is textured. But Godot Verlet rope. Series of points at each store location, which would result in a realistic rope. Oh, this is in 2D? Oh, it's an add-on. Okay. Yeah, it's .net. Might be a GD script or a GD extension. Maybe. Let's see. Is it GD native rope sim? No. Yeah, the other thing is I'm not sure actually if it would need to work with physics by the player. Because it would just be a rope bridge. I guess I would also have the zip line, but even that is kind of more of a sort of rigid thing. Like, it doesn't need to be super physicsy. So, we'll see. This stuff is sick, though, dude. very snappy. Nice. Ooh, okay. Oh, dang. Nice little lens stuff. That's super sick. That is really cool. Oh man. I would have zero idea where to begin with this. With creating this. Anything that has to do with like editing meshes on the fly, I just know zero experience. And you have the separate animations going on, which like for upper and lower body. That's really cool. How the collision shape changes. This is a sick shader thingy, whatever it is, whatever material you have on that. Which I have something that is, that also is really cool, where you can hit your head. But but I do need, I'm going to be creating some kind of translucent creatures that I need to figure out how to do correctly. But I find UI very boring. Yeah. Okay, let me catch up. I'm trying to remember. Oh, okay, right there. Could figure out a custom solution with Line 3D depending on your requirements. That actually might be it. Yeah. Because I really don't need it to do much. It's just maybe like a little bit of waviness, even just when you install it or something. I don't know. GD script marching cubes, and then surface nets implementation. Okay. Took me a bit to figure out the transparent look I was going for. Made this post in the community, came to the rescue. Okay. So, wait, let me see. Can I do a... no, that's fine. Okay, so... Oh, where it's showing through. 2 material passes, one that writes depth pre-pass. Depth draw always in the second with a higher render priority that has depth draw mode never. Interesting. Oh, so you can't see another instance behind it. Man, that is cool, though. Yeah, because I'm going to have basically like these angel characters that need to be transparent, but they're also going to be really far away for the most part. You might come closer to them. But they're going to be like glowing and see-through. Basically just didn't want transparency overlap. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we have an ad run. This is cool. Love it. Oh, that is dope.
Level up!
That's sweet. Nice sound effect. This is sick. Manly Minds. That's cool. Nice feedback. That's sweet. Whatever that effect is. Ooh. That's really cool. Yeah, this type of stuff, I don't even know where to begin, especially in Godot. That's cool. Some fluid sims. Huh. That is dope. I love it. Let me get my music back on. Lost the last 2 minutes, but back from as now. Yeah. Dude, that was just sweet. Love it. So much cool stuff in there. Serial not finisher, good. That's as we all are. I am really attempting to try to finish this one, which is why I've made the systems in it more easy to work with, like my build system, my inventory system. Just trying to make it somewhat scalable. But there is going to be a lot of artwork, which is fine. I'm enjoying doing a lot of the artwork, but yeah. Okay, there is a lot going on here still. My computer is not enjoying it. We're getting tons of draw calls. We do have tons of objects. Okay, why do we have so many draw calls? What was it again? We were just looking at this. Some of it was some of the primitives and stuff was the fact that we've made these a little more performant, but that is probably really tiny comparatively. What did we have? Rock formations and mountains. Okay, so terrain was really big on draw calls. Okay, we're gonna have to go through here and start hiding stuff again to figure this out. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah, it's super cool, dude. Okay, we have chunking still here. I think it's on this one. We can literally just get rid of that. And for now, we're gonna do a we're gonna just say no using of chunks. I might have to restart this. But then we're gonna go through and we're gonna hide some more stuff, because there is like, okay, if I'm here and I do that, then there's still not a ton of draw calls. But I think the moment we load stuff back in, then we get the thousands of draw calls. Yeah. So like here, we're kind of fine. So it may end up just being, okay, we've got 400-ish draw calls. What happens if I, let's craft up some, a hammer. And let's start adding some stuff. Already our draw calls are definitely going up. Yeah, I think it mostly is our components that are just adding a ton. Because now we're at like 700. If I look this way, we're at 200. Of course, that is a more empty spot, but even if I look over here, we're back into the like 400s. Look back over here, we're at, all right, 500. But if I load game, now we're up to 14, 15. I think a lot of it just is, okay, we turned off the shadow on that. Which I'm not a huge fan of having the shadow off on that, but, you know. What about this one? That one has shadows on. Turn it off, and then suddenly we're there. Yeah, that's so many draw calls. It's just... the shadows is insane on the draw calls. But you kind of need this kind of a look. You can't really turn off shadows on that. But I could turn that into a spotlight. Which visuals have the largest draw call impact? I think it's just shadows. Oh, that just broke. Oh. Spotlight 3D. I think it's just shadows, really. Like... okay, so now that only does it like that, which is good. But like, look at that. We're jumping up like 15 just from a few shadows. Oh, that also doesn't light up the fire, so that needs to go back. Because if I'm here with nothing added in, then there's like nothing. The moment I load up, my draw calls go crazy, and I think some of that is probably from some shadow stuff. Let's see here. These don't even have shadows enabled. And it's still bumping my draw calls. I wonder if it's the fog. I've got volumetric fog. And if I go to, let's say, light post. So we have volumetric fog energy. If I do that at 0, then we're at, okay. So 8 draw call jump. Let's put that back to 1. No, that's still 8. Okay, so that doesn't affect it. Okay. Yeah, what does have... Okay. Let's look at a wall again. 851. Okay, do that. 855. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. Because I don't have shadows on this anymore. What still has shadows? Is it just... Might be my Tree of Life. Because that has a bunch of lights on it. I should probably just do one light from it. Whoa, okay. Yeah, that is gigantic. That is a huge difference. Now we're at like 400. Let's put on this. Apparently it's just this. Look at that. 1,000 draw calls or more, about 1,000 draw calls from the Tree of Life. Okay. Well. That's because we have like 18 different lights on this thing. And we don't need that. Because none of these cast shadows anyway. We can just take that one. We'll do 250. Now, I still want that tree to light up. That'll do it, yeah. Okay, now we're at 600. So there's still more, of course, than when the... So what it really is... It's just the fact that there are so many shadows being called because that is a omnidirectional. So there was a bunch of different lights and they were causing a bunch of different shadows from all of these things that cast shadows. I believe. Now, if I do that, turn off the moonlight. What are we at? 259. Now we're at like way less draw calls too because the moonlight is doing the same thing, even though that's a directional light. So it's all really just shadows. This actually kind of looks sick, not gonna lie. What happens if I have no moonlight? The problem is I can't just have no moonlight. So maybe we do... Tree of Life. Let's do okay. Now our light is coming just from that. Still low draw call. Let's exit. Start here again. I was gonna say it looks pretty nice with the lights off. Yeah, I know. Okay, now we just have the Tree of Life. It is a attenuated to some extent, so it's not like a directional light. We're at much lower draw calls, of course, when we just start out. Like, this looks nice, to be honest. We just bumped the light from the Tree of Life. We can also light up the Tree of Life if we want. Let's see here. Where's our forest? Let's go here. That is pointed that direction. Okay. Because we can also do a spotlight 3D. Let's do this. Range 500. Okay. Angle 30. We could do 45 again. Light can be the same as this one here. Let's see how this looks. Because I want the tree to be lit up, and I could even have multiple spotlights doing that. Okay, let's bump this even more. 200. Oh, get out of my way, sir. Please, excuse me. Okay, that does look pretty good. Let's do maybe back a little more. Oh, there we go. We're going to do 0.7. Excuse me, sir. You are blocking my view. Let's do our volumetric fog at like 2. 5. 25. Is that making a difference at all? Exit. Let's play again. I don't know if that makes any difference. So I will simply not care. Then we're going to duplicate this, move it over here. Okay, this is probably way too bright, but we can adjust. Yep, way too bright. Okay, we'll grab all 3 of these. Go down to 100. All right. I think that's getting there. 75. Okay, it definitely stands out now. Load game. What kind of draw calls we at? We're still only at like 700 when we're looking at all of this stuff. So a single light being the Tree of Life. I'm not even sure we're going to use this skybox anyway, because we don't need a day-night cycle. Does this cast shadows? Oh, interesting. We're still getting the shadows from the moon. Wait, why is moonlight back on? Okay. Did that just get reset somehow? We may have to figure this out again. Moonlight is... Okay, now it's off. It seems like it got reset. Okay. Interesting. So we gotta rethink this again. That's pretty sweet. We do have some shadows, I assume. Where are our shadows? Do we have shadows? Okay, that's with 1,000. Do we have any shadows? At all? What is going on? Let's exit. Moonlight just turned back on. Okay. We can do Sky 3D not enabled. Skybox have a significant performance impact. It seems like it does just through the lighting. So if I turn off the Skybox completely, now we're even lower draw calls. Okay, now we're back up to like 700. Probably because this isn't a directional light. Man, now it's to the point where I'm almost thinking, all right, it's like a better skybox, or better to not even have a skybox. I could just have stars up there, like just stars. This removes all of the ambient lighting, of course. We are still getting shadows, though, from Sky 3D. Okay, we have moon energy. That's probably what we need to adjust. So it's at 0.3. Let's do 0. Night sky, night ambient boost is on. We do have some things like auto exposure. Okay, so now our shadows seem to just be from up there. I think. Wait. Of course, now our lighting is really odd because it's from an Omni light so far away. So if I really boost this, okay, now those shadows are gone. Now that's lighting things up. But really what we probably should be doing is a directional light from there. But the problem is you are going to go up there. And we are getting these weird lighting banding things, which is probably from... Yeah. Seems like it is mostly from that shadow setting. What if we do 0, just standard attenuation? That makes it so much brighter. Maybe we do 2. And then do like, go back up to crazy high number again. Okay, well that's 1.7 maybe? Nope. 1.5? you still get these weird. Yeah, Omni-Light is going to be not really the best for large scale. Yeah. I guess the hard thing about it is then what do you do when you actually get up to the tree? Change light at runtime. Yeah. Did that work? Okay. Yeah, that was a constant, so I needed to... Nice. Let me also do... Can I nest it like this? This is really bad, but... What sort of lighting do you expect at the tree versus down here? Okay. Okay, that is way too much. We're going to go ahead and do times 3. So, what type of when you get up here, what I want is is way too light, of course. Okay, why is that still doing that? Oh, because it's there, it's doing that. Okay. But basically, it needs to just be a glow. But it still needs to kind of be lighting up the world, I guess. Maybe, should I just have a, Might not make the trunk slightly emissive? Yeah, maybe. Well, no, I kind of want it to still be a wood, but then with more glowing elements on it eventually. Could I just have a directional light that just follows the player? Or I could do what you're saying, LDM. Just switch it out. Like when, because it is kind of zone based. Or, here we go. We can do this. We can kind of fake it. We'll have a little bit of both. No, we can't. We don't want to have both. Because that's where we're getting all those crazy draw calls. Let's do not night ambient boost. Could do different visual layers. Oh, slightly emissive, that could work. Put tree on different visual layer, coal mask default layer on tree, omni light. Use directional light for lighting everything else. And possibly coal tree layer. Yeah. Still get the volumetric glow around the tree. But the light and shadows don't affect the rest of the terrain. Maybe. Okay, so this is with both. We're at 200 draw calls. Oh, I didn't load in. Let's load. We're still at 500, which is still a lot better than we were before because we don't have the multiple lights, but we do have the moonlight. So the moonlight is still there. Goodness sakes. What happens if I turn that off? Do I just not light anything up from the tree and just stick with the moonlight? Ugh. How many draw calls are a result of the Omnilight? Okay, so we're at 490 here. 682 or 688. So at least 200. If I go back here, let's say I go back here, look over here, we're at 740. Let's say I make it not cast shadows. Then I turn it back on. Okay, yeah, it's like 200 draw calls, probably all just from shadows. So I could literally just, I guess, just turn off shadows. Tree mesh on layer 2 for whatever and disable light coal mask on layer 1. And then we still have these. I can just turn these off for now. Okay, now that affects like nothing. Let me put that back on and see. Okay, 102. If I take that off, what happens? 86, okay. So that's there. What happens when I take off Coal Mask 1? Still at 102. Oh, might need to do a reload. True. Should I keep shadow on? So we'll take that off. Tree mesh on layer 2. This now should only look at 1, or it shouldn't look at 1. Try off first. Yeah, it's off right now. Maybe it's the position. Okay, so now it is there. It's just only lighting up the tree. But is this to make it glow around? Yeah, in the 3D viewport, we can see there's change. But are you suggesting this just to make the tree itself glow? Because I still wouldn't, I still think it would be nice to have it lighting things up as well. So if I put the tree back on 1, then it doesn't do anything. Then it doesn't light things up. If I put it on 2, then it does. That's where you would use the directional light. Okay. So have a different one. So this one just for... We can copy this light, go here, paste that, sweet. This could be up here. Whoops. Okay, I have no idea how this is angled, but how do I do this? It is a directional, so the position doesn't matter, but the going to get better shadows and performance with directional. Yep. Okay. Put it in the main scene. Now, I don't know if I disabled that. There's use local space. That's rotate mode. This is transform mode. Vinge, what's up? Says I'm silent. Why am I silent? Is that on YouTube? I should still be there on YouTube. Also have a sunlight and moonlight. Yeah. So these will need to be... So if I just turn off Sky 3D, then that's gone. So then my... How do I, like, align this easily? Because I can't see where the gizmo is. Sound good on YouTube? Okay. I guess I can see what, like, moonlight is. Copy value. Moonlight. Copy value. Okay, but that's still, okay, so now it doesn't look at the tree. View and then gizmos, okay. Looks fine, yeah. Is it just these? Oh, now it shows. Okay. Okay, I'm going to grab the position of the Tree of Life. Toss it on this one. Okay, now we can drag this up. To there. Okay, now it is looking that way. So, I can just point it at the map. Then, Tree of Life needs these tree crystals. Actually, I can just go to tree crystal. Okay, this is with no... Nope. We are still getting Sky 3D shadows. It's just that we're also getting... Yeah, we're still getting Sky 3D. Oh, these things are still floating. Even with Sky 3D disabled, it just likes to... Oh, that's rendering and time tracking. So I could just do, I guess, 0 there. Never mind, my headphones were dead. Okay, makes sense. Okay, if I disable it and then just enable this, then we get that. Okay. Now, on this, let's do an even Lower one. What was the volumetric fog on this one? Moonlight. See, even this has shadow off. And yet the shadow is definitely on. Okay. It's not bad. I don't know. I think maybe the way to go is just I can still do the Omni Light, but maybe just have no shadows with it or something. Yeah, we do have grass shadows. If we disable that, might have to reload. Or I have to do it on the grass mesh itself. No, okay. Problem is I like grass casting shadow. We're still at about 1,000, unsure as to why. What was this at? 0.3? Yeah, I don't know. If I just do that, and then I go back to my tree crystal. And my tree. Let me go back and do... back on all of this stuff. I guess that can stay on. Well, we'll do one. Check what kind of draw effect you're getting on your grass shadows. Yeah. Oh. So this must only affect the skybox. Okay, that's that. Oh boy. Okay, this is resetting everything back, but just without shadows. On my grass. This is still using the moon and that Omni Light, but then the Omni Light does not have shadows on it, I believe. Yeah, no shadows. Let's take it off. How does the forest look? Okay, forest looks like that. Then I do this. It definitely lights up the forest more. I could just do more like 1,000 and have it just lighting up the tree. I could even go a lot crazier with it. Put the attenuation up. I mean, that does look good. And our draw calls really aren't that bad. Definitely check. Oh, yeah, you already said that. I mean, this does look pretty nice to have it still up there. Okay, that's crazy. Let's do 2. Let's do 5. Okay. trying to think of... basically, I'm kind of doing what you were saying, LDM. But just using the moon instead. Okay, so that's a lot right there, but maybe if I do 500... Which way is it? Okay, that lower branch. It's pointed like that. Okay. Yes. So I can move this like that. Yeah. Okay, why is it not really caring about volumetric fog anymore? Mistio, what's up? How long has all this taken to make and build? I've built a lot of this stuff beforehand, as in, like, I had already made my building system, so to be able to, like, build a base and stuff in a previous game. So this project I started maybe 2 months ago or something. Or a month and a half. But I'm pulling a lot of stuff from other projects. Man, I just want that to kind of glow more, which is why I have this insane energy. But let's do like 1,000, 2,000. How does that look? Okay, that's like that. 5,000. And now it does a lot for the volumetric fog, but it kind of spreads it all around. I see. Okay, we won't do the volumetric fog thing. We'll just make it shorter range. Do a high energy on it. Or we just do these spotlights if that's what we're trying to do anyway. Just glow it up a bit. Yeah, changing the volumetric fog energy doesn't really do anything if the light doesn't come to you, huh? Let's see this. Tree high up high is a nice touch. Yeah. I think just having it lit up might just be enough. We're kind of making some concessions here. I think that's fine. My sprint speed is on insane because I wanted to get up there, but I can bring that down now again. Okay. Okay, I think that does work. Our draw calls definitely drops. We still have a good amount because our directional light casts shadows, of course. But we do have less. What happens if we pop that grass back on? Because it almost seems like... Did that just not work? We don't cast shadows from the torch. Or from that. Okay, this is nice, though. We have gone from, like, 2,000 or more draw calls down to about 500 max. It's mostly when we are looking at things that cast shadows, I think. Yeah. I mean, it would be really cool to just have it coming from the tree and just have it point at where the player is. But then we get weird shadows because if you're moving, then suddenly the light is like moving the shadows near you. You gonna bake the static lighting? I don't know if I can, because then I would have to rebake it every time you build something, right? I mean, I guess like that's what's already happening, right? Can you just rebake easily enough on the fly? Are these even casting shadows? Let me see here. Yeah, shadow is on. Okay, it is. Yeah, because as I build stuff, then it's going to continue to need to update it. Not for something like that. Light map GI, you can only bake an editor. Voxel GI, you can bake at runtime, but it's more for one-time procedural baking. Okay. So, yeah, it's not really worth it then at that point. Still, I mean, I'm very happy with at least having figured this out. Are my grass is still not Nope. Nope. Not that. Okay, it still shows that. If you cut down trees, you'd see the big shadow. Yeah, I mean, there's no tree cutting, but there would be other things like that. Huh. These just stopped casting shadows fully. I was going to see if I could toggle them back on and see what happened, but... Okay, that does look nice. I am liking the look, and we are definitely getting much better. Even when I load in, you can tell by the primitives, like, we're still only at 270k instead. It really, literally all came down to the shadows. And it was mostly because I had like 8 different lights up there. But that's just surprising to learn that shadows add so many draw calls. It's like I had no idea. Well, I didn't really do much of what I set out to do, which was build up the mountain a bit more. But I'm still happy with this. That's been fixed. Oh. Fire pit, where's my heat? Copy that. Quad mesh. Oh, it's because it's tiny. I like that. Okay. And smoke. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're going to go back here. Okay. We're going to make unique recursive. Sick. 25 and 25. Then we're going to copy the smoke. Go to the smoke. Paste. Make unique recursive. Okay. 30 and 30. And we can do the same with the sparks. Copy. How do I make it? Why are these this smoke? Spread, okay. Angle, position, sphere. Spread. There we go. Okay. Perfect. That looks much better. What kind of game is it? From the looks, it feels like a wizard survival game. It's basically a cozy exploration puzzle style game where you build your base and work your way up the mountain towards the tree on the top. Well, you kind of unlock zones as you go, and you build your realm and have the creatures doing things for you. A lot of decorating is going to be involved, so you don't necessarily have to progress. You can just kind of like, I don't know, build stuff and just have fun with it. There's a lot of UI work that I still need to do, but there's going to be a lot of just kind of building your home and, you know, having fun with it. But then also progressing if you want. Oh, that light no longer worked. Fireplace. I'm just going to change this back to an Omni. Oh, it's like partially in the... Hey, that's nice. Oh, another quick 50. Oh, because these are now casting shadows again, even though they're not casting shadows from the directional light, which is interesting. I'll just make them not cast shadows at all. Here. Off. Var light 3D. Oh, so I don't have to change it back and forth. True. Okay. 136. Oh my goodness. It's still insane. Like, that's like 80 draw calls. Which I understand we're also turning on the coals and stuff. That's 80. Insanity. Oh, these are still casting shadows. Okay. Maybe I do just need to go back here. Okay. Okay, I think it's just... We have the fire pit in here. We've instantiated that. I guess here we can do... Cast Shadow off. That brings us to like 65 draw calls instead. Are any of these... Shoot, do we need to go through here and make sure that all of these are not receiving shadows? Can't remember where it was. Right there. Disable receive shadows. Yeah. Okay. All good there. I guess these can also not have shadows. Off. Which means I need to go into fire pit here too and do the same thing. Goodness. Okay, I just need to be smarter about this in the future. How was this working? The fireplace. Where did I do it? Right there. Oh, in geometry. I could also remove the cast shadows or receive shadows. Yeah, this is all stuff that I need to, okay, that's already there because it's... Draw, call, aim. I'm not really sure. It's just I know that I was at like a crazy high amount earlier. So 499, 500 there. 83. Okay, we're still at like 60. I could also just make this light. Okay, we're at like 50 now. Whoa. There we go. Basically doesn't cast any shadows. Alright. Spotlight with projector texture if you really want to optimize. Yeah. We will call this good for now. Because as long as it's just lit up a little, that doesn't need to spill out. So we're still at 500-ish draw calls here. A good 200 of that is just from terrain. So I'm not too worried about that. Like, we can literally remove like 200 just by getting rid of some terrain. And if we really want, we can do some occlusion culling. But I think we're fine. This will add a bunch every time we do this. Because this has shadows enabled. So if you're looking down at all. Although it's doing even less because now the grass doesn't cast shadows. But like, let me trigger it again and watch the draw calls here. It's still at like 500. 6. Okay, not too bad. Yeah. We can also adjust these particles now so then they're not a bunch of primitives on screen. Because now we're at like 275, 280. Like, we're at totally fine primitive count. From reducing shadows once again. So the meteor, we have already changed these ones, but we can change the actual ball. Let's go to heat. Copy that. Paste as unique. But this also needs to be a change type to CSG. Is a placeholder mesh a quad mesh? No. I guess I'll just maybe I can just copy this. Paste as unique. Okay. No, that's not doing it. Polygon? No. Oh, just a mesh instance. Okay. Just a mesh instance 3D. There we go. Okay, let's try it again. Standard mesh instance, yay. Well, or at least it works for what I need. Okay, so we're at 110. This will still be, ooh, that just looks better. It just literally looks way better. There's still some weirdness with the smoke maybe not going in the same direction as the rest of the stuff. Oh, we can change all of these now. Okay. Whoops. We're going to copy. Explosion sparks. We can go here. Paste as unique, I suppose. Let's try it. Schottenfisch. I don't know how to say that, but what kind of game are you making? Kind of a cozy crafting survival game. Sort of survival, not really. Okay, we're here. Okay, that looks pretty sick. So the smoke, I think I can deal with. I just need it to align better. Ooh, that looks good as it comes closer. Okay, those just need to be way bigger. Not 25, maybe 10 by 10. Let's start this again. Yeah. Yeah, the smoke is just out of alignment. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. We can make these more like 8 by 8. Man, that just looks so much better already, just with the material change. So the smoke difference, I think, is just purely... purely the speed at which the smoke is coming out, I think. So like initial velocity is 15 and 60. On sparks, initial is 80 and 120. I think if we do like 50 and 90. Making the primary meteor quad a bit elliptical might give it a better illusion of movement. Ooh, okay. I will test that. Let me see this. Smoke is still a little bit out of alignment. Is one of these like using local chords or something? Okay, are you saying that way or the other way? Ooh. Let's do like 30. I think this is, yeah, that's good. Although if you're like down here, then it does that. Do I need a different type of billboard? Whoops. I guess we'll see how it looks. Yeah, the smoke shouldn't be moving. The problem is it kind of needs a little bit. Because it is, well, it's still the fire, like it still moves. It's the stuff that is burning, right? That's what the smoke is. Maybe I could do 15, 40. So there's still some movement to it, but it should mostly stick there. The problem is then it gets out of alignment. Like, I wonder if any of these have like local chords on or something. Oh, Sparks does. Heat. Does heat? Heat does. That's why. Which means... let's see what happens. Maybe they all need to be not local. Or just leave it a quad. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe I can't do the elongated then. Ah, that's why I have it not local. Because I'm moving the whole animation. So I'm doing this through an animation. Okay, let's turn off local chords for all of these and see what happens. Yeah, we'll see here, Mistio, because it's weird that they're out of alignment even when they're both set to the same setting. Okay, so that happens. It explodes. It's cool. Okay, that's not bad. Then maybe we can do the smoke thing, like you're saying, where it doesn't really have much velocity. I think there should still be some because, like, let's do like 5 and 6. Why is that still doing so much? Okay. Rather drag behind, potentially. Yeah, it doesn't look as good if there's nothing. Okay, let's do them all in the same position. Let's grab the ball. We can't really have them elongated right now. Not unless we changed to a sphere. Yeah, we could change it to a sphere too. Okay, so that's using local chord. It's still, oh, it's, you know what? It's because what it's looking at is not in alignment with the animation. So I think what we do, we just make the smoke do kind of the same thing. Yeah, that's the Mistia, that's the whatever you call it, the local chords. So the thing is, I'm animating this. And so these all are shooting out behind, but the whole thing is looking in a certain direction. Like it's locked on to where the animation is headed. Maybe I just don't have to do that. Like, I could just go... Oh, I literally just do a look at once. And this is terrible coding, but we will ignore it. What happens if I just run it every process? Rotate the particles to match parent. Because I am looking at... Oh, maybe I just needed to always be looked at rather than do it once. I think so. Okay. Yeah, that's literally it. Oh my goodness. This, I only did that because... I want to say this wasn't initialized yet, and I was having some issues, but... Which means I can now finally take... I could take my smoke and do more like... And I think this would look okay. Mm-hmm. This just needs to be way bigger, I think. We could also make the lifetime shorter. Because then I think that they will scale up a lot faster. Let's make it more like 9 seconds, I guess. Reset it. Oh. So, it's close. It's a little wonky, but more spread over time. Yeah, I think so. Like, right now it's a very even... Where is that, actually? So we've got... Is it just spread in general? It looks like it is, yeah. I think so. Nicely done, thank you. Yeah, we got there. Over time. Tangential or maybe radial acceleration over lifetime so it spreads out. Yeah, we could do some more radial. We had some tangential, which I think... Let's see here. How does that look? Falling. That's not terrible. It is animated down while also falling down. Let's try that tangential. Because we have some. Or we have radial. How much does like doing a lot of... Yeah, that gives it a... We'll see. explosion particles, I feel like they should get yeeted away by the punch. I kind of did a little bit of that, but maybe not a ton. But I think the thing is, I like the idea of it raining down on top, which it can be adjusted over time. But I didn't want it to go too far. Like, they do get pushed this way. Oh, but you know what? Oh, I see. This is what I need. Explode. I'll do this. And first, let's do this. Var needs a line. This is bad, but I think what was happening is because we're doing the look at thing, the whole animated system was forcing those particles to look at it. So they should get yeeted farther now. Okay, now they come more this way. Still not like a ton. But you can tell that they're moving generally in that direction. Yeah. Okay, let me see what you got here, LDM. Alt plus alpha curve maybe, and multiply by acceleration curve. This is on the smoke. Okay. So we have radial curve. Oh, wow. Okay. Nope. Okay, wait. What am I doing here? Let's get rid of this, add a new one. So this is between 0 and 1. I don't know how that changed. So this is, 0 and 1. But then, is my min and my max messing with this? I wonder doing like a mix. See how that is. It was set to 200. Okay. And then it got switched to 1. Assigns a random value between min and max and multiplies by acceleration curve. Okay. Over a lifetime. There I have some of the smoke moving forward and some moving back. That gives it kind of a cool look. Yeah, not anymore. It switched to just 0 and 1. That's kind of funny. I kind of like having it mixed like that. Okay, I can probably unhide the rats now. These guys have been in jail for long enough. There you guys are. Honestly, I think this is doing way better than it was before, and that definitely looks better. Now let's see Paul Allen's alpha fade. But this looks way better than it used to. Just even with the glowing quad meshes instead of spheres. Like it just, whatever color I'd picked for this is way better. It's basically just the same one as for the fire. Now, that's going to need some more green on it. Right now, it's just kind of a blue crystal look. Excuse me, sir. My reflections are horrific on this, but... Also, I need to put my tools on a separate visual layer and have a different camera that looks at them. Because otherwise your arm goes into the wall. Still getting a lot of draw calls looking at our buildings and stuff. But that's just stuff we can do over time. And a lot of it has to do with shadows. So we could also what is it with shadow range? I can't remember exactly. That might be on each individual thing. What are the buildings made of? Just wood right now. But as far as materials, you're saying? Funny creatures reminds me of mandrakes. Yeah, those are my little grass creatures. I love them. Under directional shadow at the top. Oh, up there. Yeah. Because I could probably also do like 50 on my shadows. Ooh. I don't know about that anymore. That's what happens when I go over here. Okay, it's not terrible. Then as we get closer, then we get more because we have more shadows. Okay. This, if you don't know, is to keep the rats away. They don't like these things. Yep, they all ran away. Oh, these guys got stuck, though. They don't have any reachable paths. So they keep going into idle mode. So I have to shoo them away specifically. There we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's great. Oh, as far as mesh pieces, I think there definitely are a lot of mesh pieces. So here's the thing: when I build, I do like these animations, and there's definitely meshes, multiple mesh pieces. So what I could do is just have one mesh that has animations done in Blender, or just swap it into one mesh after the animation's complete. I could do stuff like that. Let's put a note and then let's see here. I can put it here. Optimize meshes for draw calls. Maybe switch out for single mesh after animation, or just do the animations in Blender and have one mesh. Yeah. Not all CSG boxes, but it's honestly like, let me see here. Foundation, like, it's honestly not that different. There's multiple meshes in there. So what is this mesh? Okay, this is a combined mesh, so this should only be one draw call. But here, it's all different meshes from Blender, which all get animated in this animation player here. In the build. But I could do this animation within Blender, or just run this animation and then just delete this mesh and pop in a single mesh. I just haven't done it. Yeah. But I do need to bounce out. So I will see you guys later. This has been a very productive stream, though. Very happy with the progress. Yeah, I don't know. This has been good. Thank you, LDM, Mistio, and all the rest of you who are helping me out. We're getting things figured out here. Definitely reduced or made things more performant. The kind of annoying thing is just that it was so unperformant just because of some fairly poor decision making, and I just need to make sure that I'm not being too lazy just because I'm prototyping, you know, or making a demo. I just gotta be smarter. But the shadow and the lighting, that is clearly one of the biggest things with draw calls so far. But I could definitely change up these meshes because they are a bunch of draw calls as well. Primitives, we're doing pretty good. But yeah. See you around, dog. Hey, you too, man. Peace out, Lunchbox. And thank you, Mistio, as well. Appreciate you being here. I see. So, like you say, maybe if it's baked or something. Yeah, we could do something like that. But yeah, if you're want to keep watching, keep up to date with the stream, you can drop a follow. And I'm trying to stream at least like 5 times a week now that my schedule is a little better. But good progress, man. Take care. You too, man. Thanks for showing that video too. That was really cool to see the 3D like showcase that you have. So sick. Very inspiring as well, because it's making me think more about making things satisfying, which is going to be a big part of this. There's a lot of things that are kind of unsatisfying right now, like this. If I switch to a wall lantern, and I walk up to a wall, and then I place, all it does is make a sound. And even here, it doesn't do anything. What I need is a nice little effect of it, like placing, like, stuff like that. I need to focus on that. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I will see you all next time. Peace out. And yeah, catch you later. Bye.